had an absolutely unbelievable defeat in our last game. They scored twice in added time. Just ridiculous. We were absolutely on top the entire game. Took our foot off the pedal and gave up 3 points. It was pretty devastating. We are still top though. Signed 3 players in the window, sold a couple in the window. I'll show you guys in a sec. So transfers, transfer history. So we signed this lad Brandon Williams on loan from Leicester. Can play left or right back. We needed that. We signed this lad Ryan Kent because I liked the name, kind of sounded like Roy Kent, on loan. Decent Premier League winger, pretty decent. He'll fill in. And we signed this lad Michael Cato. Portuguese left back or defensive midfielder, one for the future. That he's 18 and he has 20 determination. I think he's going to be really, really good. My scouts were like, this lad's definitely Premier League quality in the future. I was like, cool, sign him. But we then loaned him back to Atromitos. We loaned him back to, I guess this is, where is this? What league is this in? Greece. So we loaned him back to the Greek league. Because I was like, we're not going to play him this season, so he can stay there and keep playing. We also sold, let me see, who did we sell? We sold Austin Arimu, a youth teamer, Richard Ross, the right winger who had really irritated me. We sold him to Schalke for 12 million quid. We sold Keiki. He'd barely been here 5 minutes. Didn't like his attitude. Best rid. Get rid of him. So I needed some cover for those guys because obviously having sold some players, you need to bring some players in. Keiki gone. He's here 6 months. He's dog. And I've signed Raphael on a new contract. Very pog. Did we ever check how Delap was doing? I believe so. Oh, Liam Delap, sorry. He's doing great in the Bundesliga. Look at that for Bayer Leverkusen. He scored 10 goals in 16 appearances. And Bayer are second. So he's taken them to within a point of Bayern Munich. Very impressive. We won't be getting him next year then. We can try. Congratulations there. John Davies. John Davies. Exciting young prospect. John is 18 and he wants a better contract. Do you know what, John? What can I do for you? Yeah, alright, buddy. Yeah, obviously we are currently top of the table. I just wanted to give the fans a little bit of a fans forum. So if you have any questions that you would like to discuss, then go ahead and ask them now. If you've got any questions, this is the place to ask them. So fans forum now. Any questions that we'd like answering, we'll take any questions from the floor. Why have we not got a 6'7" giant from the north? Well, it's hard to find 6'7" players. We do breed them big up here, it's true, but we've yet to find one who's 6'7", I must say. Do I like my bins do I like my rats straight from the bin or with gravy? It's a disgraceful question. The assumption there is, of course, from a southern bastard who was thinking that people from up north eat rats. It's not the case. It's not the case at all. Why is the sky blue? I believe it's to do with refraction of the sunlight as it enters the atmosphere. When are you going to start handing out free pies? The concession stand at the ground raises important funds to cover the backroom staff and groundskeeping and so forth. So we will not be offering free pies. The pies come with a cost, but included with the price of the pie is, of course, the gravy and the good wishes and smiling faces of the dinner ladies that produce the pies. Why are players no longer smoking on the pitch? Something important has been lost from the game. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. A nice woodbine just before taking a penalty settles the nerves. 5p beer night. Well, you keep asking about this. No club, to my knowledge, has ever offered a 5p beer night. I think that it would be too expensive. Football these days, very expensive business, and we're certainly not in the business of giving away pints of bitter for 5p. It's madness. Again, I'm not sure where this has come from or what the young fella's on about, but he needs to stop. He definitely needs to stop. Well, we've got a game now, so thank you. The fans forum was mainly pie-based questions, but I do appreciate you attending this evening. I thought you might have some questions about the long-term direction of the football club or recent results, but that's fine. If you would like to talk about pies, that's up to you. Here we go. We got to win this. Sheffield United. That's a hell of a ball. Oh.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Mallards1 just subscribed.
Thank you. We can afford to be a little bit more positive. Good ball from Kent. Oh. Side. I don't know. I change this to league table every time and it always sets it back to stats. Oh my God, McCormick, what are you doing? Jordan Pigford in goal. Oh, that is the third time we've hit the angle with a free kick in the last few games. Thank you, Yogscast.
Yogscast rated with 358 viewers.
Oh, we needed that. Just got him in on loan. Looks a classy bugger. Great run. Good ball from Murph. Come on, let's get a second. Let's get a second. We've got time. Good ball. Jaden. Head up, Jaden. Such a greedy bastard. Should have won that, boys. Created a lot of chances. Yeah, disappointed. Delighted that we managed to pull it back for a draw. That was important. Maintains a gap of 5 points at the top, but I think we should have got 6 points from these last two games. Instead, we've got 1. We have been on a good run of form. We haven't been beaten in the league in quite a while, but unacceptable really. We're very good at home. We haven't lost at home in 10 games, so that's a positive. But I still consider it points dropped. And at this point in the season, you need to be opening a gap up between yourselves and the teams behind you, for the simple reason that the players get tired and you start to give away points. You know, you get injuries, you get fatigue, a bit of mental fatigue sets in as well. It's important to get points while you're still flying, physically and mentally. Get the points then, and then when you get a little bit tired later in the season, you've got that cushion, because it could get pretty close towards the end of the season. We've got some big teams chasing us. Burnley are going to be a tough one to beat, tough nut to crack. But we've got West Brom coming up on Tuesday night, and I would hope to get all 3 points there. We've got to win. Is that Rangers Ryan Kent? I don't know. Let's have a look. I signed him on loan from Leicester. It is indeed. Leicester signed him. He didn't do much for them, but scored in his debut and played well for us. Does Jaden have a long-term future at the club? Contractually speaking, yes, but in terms of my faith in him, the problem is, if I don't play him as an inside forward or an inverted winger, he gets all sulky. The thing is, if I do play him in those positions, he tends to do exactly that. Use his pace and his skill to get into the box. And then when there are like 3 players in the box who he could pass to, he blazes it over instead. So sometimes it looks great and he scores a fantastic goal, but a lot of the time you just think, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Sloppy Chops games, I would say 0, because it's 2028. So I'm pretty sure even Ronaldo has retired at this point. Come on now, lads. Good result here. I agree, TikTok. I agree. He looked like he was worried about his leg. Your leg belongs to me. A Blackburn Football Club. Well done, Pigford. That was his real name before his family changed it. His real last name was Pigford. That's Jordan Pickford. Actual last name Pigford. I've changed his name to Pigford. Oh, again we hit the bar. Don't lose faith, lads. We created a ton of chances. Just keep going. Needed that. I remember years ago talking to a colleague of mine who was a Man U fan who hated Ronaldo, thought he was massively overrated and dog shit. How foolish that man looked when Ronaldo became like the greatest player in world football, certainly in terms of his efficacy. How foolish, and how great I felt about how foolish he was, because he was a bit of a bellend, and he was a Man U fan. I don't rate Ronaldo. I'm one of those Man U fans who has a Cockney accent. You know the ones. What's my key difference? All right, if we're going to say that Messi is the greatest of all time, I will say one thing. How come he didn't do it for Argentina? If he's such a great player, how come Argentina looked distinctly mediocre the whole time that Messi's been there, even when he was at his peak? Ronaldo did it for Portugal multiple times, right? Literally led the side, was their talisman, committed, desperately wanted to win. Won things. Yeah, it might be different this week. Give it Rafa. Give it Rafa. Go on, Rafa. Look up. Yes, Nino's hat trick. Here it comes. Fucking again. Can we just widen the post like an inch and we'd score like twice as many goals? How has this been allowed to happen? Good save, young Pigford. A win and a good performance, that'll do for me. So Burnley drew with Southampton, with Swansea. Palace beat Leighton 3-1. Cullen chipping in with the goals. That's a Flax signing right there. He didn't do it for Argentina for various reasons. The coaches never drafted the right players that worked with his play style. The system of play didn't work around his strengths, and there was a lot of friction from other famous players towards Messi. Just Argentinian things then. I was watching, you know that film, The Two Popes? I'm sure you've seen it, Jonas. Anthony Hopkins, Jonathan Pryce. There's a joke in there. How does an Argentinian kill himself? He climbs to the top of his ego and jumps off. I thought that was very funny. I'm sure that's a very popular joke in Argentina. So what has happened at Leyton Orient, eh? That they've now languished after finishing third, they're now 12th. Oh, it's a Uruguayan joke. They've still got Muller, but now he's a substitute. Liam Cullen is playing up front. Don't get me wrong. I brought Cullen to the club. I'm a fan of Cullen. I think he's a good player. Look at that. Signed him back in League One and he's still doing it. What a player. What a pro. Muller is just not their first choice anymore. Interesting. Who'd they bring in? Dan Neal. He's been mediocre, as Dan Neal tends to be. Kian Best. Tell me he's not playing. Yeah, good, because he's dog shit. Who'd they got? Jarrell Quansah. Yeah, he was alright. I brought him to the club as well. He should be. He's struggling this season. Paul Appiah is still at the club. Good to see. He's struggling this season as well. Who's in the sticks? Luka Zidane. They signed him from Albacete. He's let in 41 goals. Oh, they lost... what's his name? Sammy Smodics, this lad, 32. That's not a Flax signing. He did all right last season, but 32, where's the future for that? Iosi Perez, you didn't pick up Perez, did you? Oh. When I started at Blackburn, when I took over at Blackburn, this was not me signing him. They had signed him in the Premier League for £7.5 million. Barely played for me because he was dog. We loaned him to QPR at the January break, and then we let him go, and Leyton Orient grabbed him on a free. He's been dog for them as well. Cullen is still doing it. Juan Manuel Cuesta, Colombian lad, 1.7. I mean, he's done all right. They just haven't really. Pablo Alcalá, he's on loan from Man U. He's only scored 1 goal. Sam Curtis at right back. They're just having a bad season, man. They started off well. Look at this. Look at this. This is just recent form has been poor. They could bounce back. They could bounce back. That was your schedule? Oh, it was. That's why I was kind of surprised that they were where they were. Oh, yeah, okay, there's your answer. A terrible end of the year. Then a bit of a pickup, and now another bad run. That was my schedule. Gosh, we're looking much better, aren't we? I was kind of like, wow, they won all these games. They should be doing better. But no. Lads, I need to know if that is Rangers Ryan Kent. I think I already said yes, it is. Maybe someone else asked. Yes, it is. He was at Leicester. We got him on loan. The Blackburn beige kit is quite classy, isn't it? He's 31. He looks classy. He looks quite classy. We needed some cover because we sold Keiki, our Brazilian, who was dog. We sold him. Alright, so Burnley won. They beat Brentford despite being down to 10 men after just 12 minutes. They still won. Huh. How have Watford been playing lately? Ooh, they're a bit up and down. They did beat Blackpool, but I think Blackpool are 23rd. So they lost to Brentford. They beat Burnley 3-1. They drew with Bolton, lost to Sheffield, lost to Swansea. Oh, this is this 2 up front shit that they do. I have to be careful for that. Might have to put on another defender. We drop our defensive midfielder back in as an extra defender. Or we just outplay them. So they have no width, basically. They're all central. So let's do this in possession. Let's focus on the wings. And you are going to mark Jacob Ramsey. If I can get stuck into him. Why is Britain playing instead of Zappa? Zappa's been excellent. I guess Britain's been a little better. Britain, can you play left and wheel? Oh, actually, but Carroll gets on well with Anthony. That's all right. I prefer to have Zappa and Britain. There we go. The young lad Rodriguez has not been particularly inspiring, but he is very young. You know what? Let's gamble. This is the kind of thing that good managers do. They gamble. I'm going to put the young man out on the wing for this big game. I want to get him involved. Right, let's make the most of our home advantage. Where are the fans? Where are the fans? This is really unacceptable from the Blackburn fans. Is that Bournemouth's Jack Stacey? That's poor. Oh, Rafa! Yes, son! Jesus Christ. Alright, lads. Whatever you're doing, stop doing it. Let's play a little more cautiously. Fernandinho! The tiny pocket of fans going mad. Ho 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 ho! Oh. They're getting tired. Burnley are losing 3-0. Sorry, Barnsley are losing 3-0. Burnley are... I don't know what Burnley are doing. Well, we should have won that match, boys. Should have won that match, but happy not to drop points. They looked pretty spicy at the start. We were able to contain them. We got Nino at the start of the season. That he was our man that we signed. We needed a striker. If anyone remembers, last season we sold Soonsup Bell, who then wanted to come back on loan to us. Who did we sell him to? We sold him to Hoffenheim. So we got him on a free because his contract ran out at Chelsea, and he'd been on loan at 4 clubs. So we were like, well, we'll have him, and we got him, and he was doing all right, but he scored a bunch at the start, and then he just sort of stopped scoring. He was one of those strikers that we've had Just he gets through on goal and just passes it to the keeper, right? Just powder puff shots, dog shit. It was him, Murphy, a couple of other lads who were just like, they'd be through on goal and just said, tap. Who was like, what are you doing? Put your fucking foot through it. So I sold him for nearly 20 million quid. Scored 1 goal in that season, and then this season he scored 7, and hasn't been doing particularly well, in my opinion. Hoffenheimer 4th, so fair play, but he's not good enough. You know what I mean? He's no Delap. He's no Gnonto. He's just a mediocre player. Michael Olise. All right, let's have a look. He is at Liverpool. They signed him for 40 million quid, and they've played him twice. Pretty classic moves. So they bought him at the start of the year, and they have just not played him, not bothered playing him at all, really. So let's have a look and see where Liverpool are. Liverpool are 7th. And their squad is Salah and Diaz up front, and Elise is on the bench, and he's made 2 substitute appearances. Interesting that they sign him and don't play with an attacking midfielder right. This is a very boring setup. You've got a defensive midfielder, Declan Rice, a defensive midfielder, although a very good one. And then you've got Yuri Tielemans, who should be doing things, but he's not like a dynamic run past people midfielder. He's like a Henderson replacement, but better. He stands in the middle and sprays nice passes around, but you only have 2 up front. Luis Diaz is still there. How's he done for goals? He's done all right. Salah is still banging him in, believe it or not. He's been like, look at this, still scoring the goals. But this season's only managed 9. He's what, 35? He's still got 16 pace and 16 acceleration at 35. Good God. I like 2 up front as well. But the issue is, so if you have 3 centre-backs, 2 wing-backs, and a defensive midfielder, and then 2 midfielders who are basically static, they're not dribblers, you know, they're sort of, they'll keep up with play, I'm sure, but you're entirely reliant on your wing-backs. Because you essentially have 6 players, either in defence or in the middle of the park, and they just have to get it to one of the front 2 and hope that they score. I don't like that. I don't like that. I like to have a body in every possible spot over the park and hope that that guy beats his other guy. I mean, this is an aging Liverpool team. If we have a look at them. So look at the senior squad. You've got Alisson, who's still in goal. He's 35. They've got Antonio Silva, a centre-back. They've got Caleb Okoli, a centre-back. And Jorge Cuenca, a centre-back. And they're all 28 or under. Then you've got Trent Alexander-Arnold, who's 29. You've got Andrew Robertson, who's 33. And you've got Chick Decore, who's 28. So another relatively young player. Tielemans is 30. Declan Rice is 29. Salah is 35. And Luis Diaz is 31. So very old keeper. Some aging wing-backs. And quite old strikers. I don't know. I mean, if you want to say it's working, it ain't working in the Premier League for them this season. Man City appear to be doing well. What's their setup? Very similar to mine, although they have 2 deep players instead of 2 just straight midfielders. When we go up, we'll probably have to play more like this. Foden, Silva, Haaland, De Bruyne. What a front 4. De Bruyne is 36. Foden is 27. Erling Haaland is 27. And Bernardo Silva is 33. Good Lord. Rodri is 31. How old is Bellingham at this point? 24. Yeah, they bought him for a lot of money. Laporte is 33. Ruben Diaz is 30. Alfonso Calvo. Alfonso Calvo, their right back, is a right midfielder. He can't tackle for shit. And How Cancelo is 33. These are some old ass teams. What are we, Italy? Louis Barry. All right, I'll do this. We'll have a look at Villa. Who's playing for them? Louis Barry is on loan. So Louis Barry, Villa signed him back in 2020. They didn't play him then. He loaned him out to Ipswich. They loaned him out to Swindon. They loaned him out to MK Dons. Came back to Villa and played 1 game. Then they loaned him to Portsmouth. Then he came back. He played 5 games, scored 1 goal. Then they loaned him to Sunderland. They loaned him to Hibs. He came back to Villa and they sold him to Ipswich. Sorry, they loaned him to Ipswich. He is 24 and he's still a player that they just loan out. There's a game called Out of the Park Baseball that I play, and it will generate a portrait based on certain variables for every single player in the game. And some of them look pretty close to the actual player. Like, it's not a photo, it's just a little auto-generated image. Let me show you. What they look like. So this is what the player portraits look like in Out of the Park Baseball. Which is pretty bloody good, right? Some of them are just super accurate. I think that might be a pack. But even if you look up Out of the Park Baseball and portraits, the generated portraits are pretty good. Like, they look like people. Here's another example. They look like this. That looks like a human being, right? That's pretty good. Let's look at some of the auto-generated ones in FM. That's pretty dog shit. They all have this weird look about them. Kind of haunted. And just scuffed. There are a lot of things that Out of the Park Baseball does much better than FM. Much better. That FM just hasn't taken on. I don't know why. It's right there. It's another very similar management game. You could really just steal from them. They can't stop you just copying an idea. I see the word positive and I feel very bad because Mrs. F has COVID at the moment. So when I see the word positive, I think, positive? But they're not talking about me. I tested this morning and I'm still clear, thank goodness. I mean, I will say, the in-game, this looks very pretty. I like this, with the floodlights and the crowd and everything. But they could just jazz it up a little bit, you know what I mean? I mean, that really doesn't look too bad. But things like these textures here, that's like 2002, do you know what I mean? Where are the fans? Again. Again, we hit the woodwork with a free kick. So one thing that's changed this season is we've stopped playing with an attacking midfielder, which was leaving us wide open. Raphael's good enough that he can play from quite deep. See, Anthony again. Anthony again. He is not a team player. Teamwork 12. Vision 11. He just doesn't see the pass. Let's push Rafa up. Come on, these have done nothing. Immediately concede a goal. Guaranteed. Poof. It's a great ball for Mr. Murphy. Oh. Oh, here we go. Oh, ho, ho. Yes! Fergie does it again. A good professional win. I tell them they need to be more consistent. No more question marks, please. I'm correct. Yeah, a good win, important 3 points. A little bit frustrating that it took a real wonder strike to actually break the deadlock, because I do think with the amount of possession we had, the number of shots we had, we shouldn't need someone to step up and do something like that. We should be able to just score. But at the moment, I feel like, sometimes we need someone to do something really special, whereas really we should be just taking advantage of the number of shots, the amount of possession, and being a bit more clinical, closing these games out without requiring a worldie of a strike. So that is the frustration. But some games it does feel like that. They did defend quite well for long periods of the game. We dominated possession, but we just couldn't find that finishing touch. Luckily, young Mr. Ferguson was able to step onto the pitch and do what no one else could, as he's done all season. He's been absolutely phenomenal for us. So delighted with the result, delighted with the goal, but let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves by taking some more of those chances, I think. Use this accent when I visit York? No, I don't think so. Oh, hello. Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Yes, thank you. Yes, I just came up from London today on the train. What a jolly adventure it is. It's jolly cold up here, isn't it? And you're all so marvellous and chatty and wonderful, and everyone's so wonderful. Yes, the smell of chips, is that normal? I can smell chips everywhere I go. That's normal? Okay. And gravy. Why is there gravy everywhere? It's just gravy pouring out of everybody's faces. Unbelievable. Do you sweat gravy? You do? That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Yes, I'd like a pint of lager beer, please. Or cider, if you have it. You don't do that. Just bitter. Just bitter. I'm not a fan of bitter, thank you. I think we need the Blackburn players to do some community outreach. It doesn't look good out there. What's going on with the fans, for one thing? Maybe it's simulating the economic decline of the North and nobody can afford these ticket prices. But we're only half filling the ground. I honestly think it's when you get relegated, all the fair weather fans fuck off. I don't know where we've been. Let's have a look at... So, they were in the Championship for ages. Then they spent one season in the Premier League and came rock bottom. And then last season, obviously, we finished 6th. This season, we're in 1st. On course to do better than last season. Yes, I know. You can see what kind of fans you've got, and we can have a look after this. But got to go to Middlesbrough. Look at Middlesbrough. They're struggling, and they seem to have more fans than us. Fucking net. Oh. Oh, what a strike. There's our fans, our away fans will turn up. What a a substitution by the manager. Go on, Rafa. Kent. Oh. Win that. Someone put a head on it. Well on Ferguson. Oh, that's a dog shit header though, mate. No penalty. No goal. Oh. Just see this one out, boys. Another good result, another 3 points, you know, another win away from home. These are tough games to come away in the Championship. It's always hard, even against the teams that are perhaps struggling this season because they're battling. You know, they're battling. They don't give up any balls. The second balls are always going for them, sliding tackles, elbows, sneaky little punches off the ball. The goalkeeper's going to smash you in the face when he comes to claim across. That kind of thing. You know, Middlesbrough, dirty bastards. So they are tough games, but the players have come through. Another good professional victory. Not the most exciting. It's been, you know, goals at the moment seem to be something that we score in ones. We need to get into the 2s and 3s, possibly even the 4s and 5s, which we should be able to do given the talent on offer and the possession and the chances that we're having. So we'll look to close out the season now and really push on with some big goal bonanzas. But whether we can do that remains to be seen. Can we do it? Bad first half, yeah. I will say our players' fitness seems to be excellent. Club info, where is it that you see? It's not facilities, it's under... It's not profile. Where was it? It's under... Data hub? Dynamics? No, gosh, what is it under? Supporters, there we go. So we have 11% hardcore supporters, 35% core supporters, 23% family supporters, 12% fair weather, and 17% casual. So, you know, we're basically getting 46% of the ground is the hardcore and the core supporters. That's about half the lot. Corporate is 2%, so they won't turn up. Casual fans, they barely ever turn. They might turn up for a couple of, you know, games. But we only sold 11,000 season tickets. That's not great. Our home attendance, our away attendance was 1,000, but Middlesbrough had 19,000 in a capacity of 35,000, right? So if we look at the competition, Sky Bet Championship, stats team detailed, and go down to attendances, average attendance, Sunderland 35,000. We're in 16th with 17,000. It's only 57% of our capacity. 57% of our capacity. That's terrible. Average attendance by capacity, we are bottom. We're bottom. Where are the fans? We've got to bring them in. Apparently, being top of the league, not good enough. Not good enough. They want more. You've trained jolly well. Keep doing it. Brandon, your training's been dog shit. Get on it, son. Oh, now they're making progress. I went to see, when we were in League One, Bournemouth Cardiff, and neither of us was like flying. We won late on, and the place was fucking jammed. It was absolutely packed. So the fans are there. Are Cardiff just dog shit at the moment? Is that what's happening? We're gonna go to Brentford. I don't know if you can, Rorts. Apart from like winning games and being very high up the league, you know, against big opposition. That's just a quality team goal. You can look at average attendance. I'm sure there's a statistic somewhere that shows your attendance over time. I mean, we now know that we are only getting 55% capacity on average. So we know we'll be able to keep an eye on that and see if it improves over time. I bet when we go up, the ground will be packed. Everyone will turn up to see us play the big teams. Great ball from Rafa. First and second is automatic, yeah. Oh. Too much power for the keeper. Well away, Rafa. Christ. Sort it out, Pigford. Williams, you tit. Yes! A fine result. Look at that. Quality defence. Nice work, everyone. That was good.
Well done, that was dead good, that. I thought that were dead good, that. The team played real good. I thought the defence was really good. And then at the other end of the pitch, at the attacking bit, they did good. They scored the 2 goals, didn't they? And the other guys, they didn't score any goals. I thought it was dead good. Dead good.
Some of the slowdown in frame rate, by the way, is because the computer is grinding away in the background, processing Football Manager things. Jordan Pickford, yes. His actual name. Ethan McCormack would be a good player for most Premier League sides. That is fantastic. A broken toe? How long has Bielik out for? 3 to 5 weeks with a hernia. He's been okay, hasn't he? He's done better this season than last season. But my problem with Mr. Christian Bielik is I look at his stats and I think, wow, this guy's fantastic. He's got great technique. He's good in the tackle. He can pass really well. He's got a great first touch. He's good in the air. He's composed. He's strong. He's got good vision and teamwork and work rate and all the determination. Everything. He's good. But I think what lets him down is his incredibly sluggish pace around the field means that although he can do some decent things, he never seems to be Johnny on the spot. Do you know what I mean? He just never seems to be Johnny on the spot. Seems to be just a couple of yards off the ball all the time. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, I'm going to tell Gabby not to clean the top floor. Is she here? Oh, okay, okay. Current financial status, rich. Plymouth are the worst performing defensive player, Liam Buchanan. We had to sell Jake Batty. So we had Jake Batty, right? He was doing really well for us. Decided he wanted to go to Besiktas. How are they doing? Oh, I haven't got Turkish leagues on. That's weird. I normally have that on. Worst defending team, Barnsley. Loads of fouls. The fucking fans are giving me a C. Sorry. What? We've become adroit at grinding out victories. That is what you need. Bloody Northerners. Oh, a 10 in training. Your training is superb. This lad is... Oh. 2030. 2032. Alright, we've got them both on decently long contracts. Exactly, Bjordan. I reckon everyone who's come to the ground has given us an A, but all the fans that are just listening on the radio, they're not seeing the quality of football. Well, super. Apparently the pies are too expensive, according to chat. Even though that I have no way of controlling pie cost. They have. There do seem to be a decent number. I think because it's a relative derby, isn't it? Blackburn and Blackpool are quite close together, aren't they? Oh! Ethan McCormack with his first of the season. Back stick. He does the little jig. $22,000 here for this game. Slightly better. Another good professional win. I want to ask you a question. I would like you to describe to me the body language of complacent. How would you just look at someone? You would look at someone and maybe you would describe them as bored. Like bored, I could do. Here are the feedback. This is the feedback you get from your team talks, right? Listened intently. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, the gaffer's right. Delighted. Fuck yeah, lads. Yeah, come on. High fives. Fist bumps. Chest pounds, all that. Complacent. Someone said to you, look bored. You'd be like, lean back. Would be like, picking your finger. You'd be maybe messing with your boot. He looked bored. He looked complacent. I don't think that's ever a descriptive term. Right, but is that complacent or bored? You would never describe that as complacent. You know what I mean? You wouldn't look at someone and say, how did he look? He looked complacent. He looked careless. No. If you said they were playing, come on, lads, you're a bit complacent out there. They're not chasing things down and all that. But I don't think you'd ever describe someone as, how did they look? Complacent. Really? I just think it's a bit of an odd descriptor. That's a thing we can look at is, I think it's in the data hub. Where is it? It's dynamics, team talk feedback. So listened keenly, looked ready to go. Now, does that mean looked ready to go as in, yeah, boss, can you wrap up the team talk? Or they looked ready to go, like ready for action. Seemed motivated. How did they appear to you? What, you mean when they were sitting there listening? Yeah. I suppose they looked like complacent. How do you mean? Describe it. Right, but in pair to hour, you're not asking them, I want you to track this guy back. And we're 2-0 up, and they just sort of stop. They just stop. It's just a sloppy pass. That's complacency. Like, I think complacency is something that you could put into words by someone's actions. but you couldn't say that someone who was listening to someone talk looked complacent. No one's ever described someone. You're walking on the street, you see someone coming towards you, you wouldn't think, wow, that guy looks complacent. Never happened. Bored, yes. Wasn't listening, that's another thing. But complacent, I just find that very strange. I think you could tell from the way they're playing, and sometimes you see that when you look at the feedback on how they're performing in the game. Complacent is a thing. I get that. I'm on board with that. But you can't tell me that someone can listen in a complacent manner. I don't think it can be done. Also appeared delighted. I like that. He appeared to be delighted. Seemed positively chuffed. Seemed chuffed. Interesting. So, if you saw someone in the street, would you ever look at them and say, I think that person is lacking in ambition? I think you would have to see that over quite a long period of time. Player who's not really pushing themselves. In training, they just do the bare minimum. You know, could move to a bigger club. It's like, oh no, don't fancy that, no. Would you like to play for your country one day? Not really. Not particularly, nah, it just doesn't bother me. That's a lack of ambition. But you couldn't look at someone and say, he looks like he's lacking in ambition, any more than you could say that someone's lacking, like someone is being complacent. It just always made me laugh that they have that as a thing. Let's see what they come up with for this team talk. Ooh, do we want to... Let's put Grashik in, because Pigford's carrying a busted thigh. Appeared inspired. I still wouldn't describe that as complacent, Zomprawn. I would call that just rude. Dismissive. Dismissive of your team talk. Looked bored. The thing is, no players in the middle of the manager's team talk is going to go, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's not complacency. That's a fucking insult. It was, yes, a Genomic James. It was literally a new feature, was that now they can appear positively chuffed. Chuffed. Such a specifically British word to use as well. And what's the difference between being chuffed and delighted? Which is higher up the happiness register? There's the door. Who scored? Oh. I did 101 Racer, but there's a problem. The problem with it is that it only comes with one chime. One. And we kind of need two. Because whilst when we're downstairs it works great. It will ring on your phone, but I often have my phone on silent. So otherwise it's tootling all the time. So I looked into buying another chime. But in order for to have another chime, you have to have this base station. I don't have the base station. We just have the doorbell and the chime. I don't have some extra thing, this base station thing. So you can't have more than one chime. So I'm not quite sure what to do about it. I'm going to return the thing I got. But the doorbell's great. It really is good. Complacent. Complacent, 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 complacent. Pair it with a smart speaker? I don't know. Oh! Oh, here we go. Fergie! Ooh. So yeah, inside the vape, I'm not going to show you. I am changing the batteries. You've got to do that quite often. Inside the vape, you've got two parts to it. You've got the mod, what they call the mod, which is the box that has the battery and generates the power. And then that goes up into this little coil in the tank here. In here, and the coil heats up and vaporizes the vape juice into steam that you can inhale, right? And all little bits of crusty, dried vape juice and burnt vape juice and stuff like that accumulate on the coil and in the cotton, because it's got cotton around the electric coil. That's what soaks up the juice, so that when it gets hot, it vaporizes the juice that's touching the cotton. So it gets kind of grubby, and you just have to... What I do is whenever I change the coil, I clean it, I rinse it out, dry it all with paper towels, put the new coil in, let it all settle for a bit with the vape juice in, and then you get going. I have an Alexa, but it's in the kids' room. My daughter uses it. Oh! Every morning, my youngest, she sets alarms on it, and she asks it what the weather's going to be like today. Every day, plays music on it, asks it questions. She gets a lot of use out of it. Let's see what the young man can do. This is Olay territory. Great ball, Rafa. Unfortunately, young Rodriguez was not on the same page. Oh, I don't know what you're doing there. Well done, Zappa. Appeared very happy. So appeared positively chuffed, looked delighted, appeared very happy. So, to me, all three of these things are the same thing. Is chuffed higher up than delighted? Is delighted, does it go delighted, chuffed, very happy? Is that the sequence? Which is which? Is there any kind of tooltip? They all have the smiling happy face. Some of the social media tweets are quite funny. That's a great goal by Firmino, says Sky Sports News. And then you can click on the goal and it'll show you the goal. Stephen Herman, I don't know who that is. Take a bow, Nino. You'll do well to see better than Nino. I've seen Nino have better games. That's how silly all of this is, says Gary Akar. Great comment, 14 likes. I wish I could like that. My player of the match was Nino for sure. What a victory, says Abdi Mohammed. Great result. Can't believe how good we were. More of the same next match, please. Oh man, what a great result. I'll be buzzing about this all week. An outstanding goal from Jacob Ramsey. That's in a different game. Don't care. We got a 14-point lead. That's nuts. So Rat Weasel, happy is greater than chuffed, is greater than delighted? Or are you saying it goes happy, chuffed, delighted? And if so, where are you getting that from? Katawi, I like that. I don't know what all the fuss is about Raphael. I thought he was mediocre and he scored a hat-trick or something. Exactly, Katawi. It always makes me laugh. Nino is worth 20 million quid, apparently. We went to Fulham. He was one of our most expensive signings at 12.75. But I thought, you know what? He did all right in New York. Look at all those goals. He probably wants to come back to Europe. He went to Fulham in the Premier League, and I'm always very. Here's a Flax top tip. Okay, if you see a decent rating, and 6.9 for a sub is not bad. He played 7 substitute games, right, for Fulham. How many minutes do you think that is? Not many. And he's managed to score a goal in the Premier League. And his shot accuracy is decent. And he tends to get fouled. He got fouled 5 times as a substitute, right? 6.9 as a sub is pretty good. Pretty good. So I thought that was a pretty good signing. Yeah, so he went to Fulham. They weren't playing him, as you can see. And the AI, for some reason, the AI always does this. They sign a player that they don't need or don't have a tactic for. Like, here's a problem. And to be fair, this does happen. Liverpool are a prime example. So let's go to Liverpool in the Premier League. So Liverpool are... Where the fuck are they? Christ, they're 8th. So let's look at their players. They have this attacking midfielder, Michael Elise, right? Who's like quite an expensive player. I think he cost them about 40 million quid or something like that. So 40 million quid. Sign him from Palace. He plays here. But let's look at the tactics that Liverpool have. Oh dear. They don't play with a right winger or an attacking midfielder, so they have no space for him. None. Now, is that because they just decided to sign him and then didn't need him? Or is it that their manager left? So, owner John Henry leaves. New chairperson Marcus Lamptey takes over. Promotion from within. Jordan Henderson removed as captain. Trent Alexander appointed as captain. Declan Rice appointed as captain. That's it. Managers. So Simone Inzaghi took over on the 20th of July 2026. So he's been there 2 years. When did they sign Elise? They signed him this year. So this doesn't make sense. Why would they sign him when they don't play with a player in that position? I mean, he's made 2 substitute appearances all season. Doesn't really make sense, does it? It doesn't really make sense. That's something the AI doesn't do well. He can't play wing back, and he can't play as a striker at the moment, and he's 24. So they could retrain him. Maybe they're doing that. But if you're going to spend £40 million on a player, do you want to have to get a 24-year-old player and then say, let's pay 40 million quid for this lad, and then we'll have to teach him to play in a position we want? Why don't you just sign a lad who can play in that position? It doesn't really make sense. But, so if he's played 2 games at the end of next season, like at the end of this season, we might be able to sign him if we get promoted, because he will put in a transfer request. You get towards the end of the season, they're not playing. Even at a big club, they will say, I want to go. So if we look at, say, Man U, so Borja is wanted by Bayern Munich, so he doesn't want to leave. And Tommaso Pobega, who sounds like he's Paul Pogba in disguise. They signed to some Italian lad. What's your name? Tommaso. What's your last name? Pobega? You sure you're not Paul Pogba? No, I'm Tommaso Pobega. Different guy. So Man U are 6th. No one wants to leave them for some reason. Spurs. Any players want to leave Spurs? So he's out for loan. So here we go. Evan Nielsen. Pretty classy looking striker. He's put in a transfer request for 59 million quid. When did they sign him? So they signed him 3 seasons ago for 55 million quid, and they used him 8 times off the bench, and he started twice. And then last season, 14 times off the bench, started him 9 times. And in this whole season, he's only made 6 appearances, 4 of them off the bench and 2 of them as a starter. So this is a guy I would definitely pop him on my short list, because he's put in a transfer request. There is a chance that we might be able to get him. There is a chance, because maybe we can come in with less money, or Spurs want one of our players. Do you know what I mean? Real life teams buying players they don't need, though. Good example last year was actually Villa. We had £100 million off from Grealish and bought Buendia, who sat on the bench until Gerrard got sacked, and wingers that don't fit in our formation. We play a 4-1-2-1-2 diamond. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, the AI, bear in mind the AI also knows exactly how good players are, right? Like, you'll notice a fresh regen that's just been created, and the AI will be all over him. Be like, oh, we got to sign this lad. He's amazing. So how do you guys know? He's never played. He's never played. And you already know he's going to be a superstar. Because the AI cheats. Where is McCormack Wharton? Oh, he's injured. He's knackered. All right, lads. We just got to get through this game. See, I reckon Gerrard hates wide players because that's where he started off. And he's like, no, it's all about being in the middle. Don't stick me out wide. All right, I can cross the ball, but, you know, because his crossing was amazing. I want to play in the middle. That's where the game's played, in the middle. Tell that to young Carvalho. Tell that to Mr. Zappa. Oh, that's dog shit. Thank you. I can smell an L. I can smell it. Look at this. Nonsense. Exactly, Blink Roach. Transfer rumours tab, and also, if you go through, get your scouts to look in the under-21s and under-18s teams of big leagues, you'll find them. The problem is it is hard to sign them, but if you shortlist them, sometimes after 4 seasons of no first-team football, their contract's running out and you can get them, or they just want to play first-team football. And they're not going to get it at, like, Barca or whatever, so you can yoink them. You've got to be careful and lucky. Oh! Where are the Birmingham fans? Mariba peeled beautifully off Humphreys there. Yeah, he lost him. Bad marking. Get him, lads. Oh, he tried to chip Pigford. I don't think so. Rafa, go! It's Jordan Pickford. Okay, it's Jordan Pickford. But his real name, this is true, is Jordan Pigford. His parents changed it. We looked it up on the internet. We found out. His mum changed it because he didn't want him to be humiliated. He was being called Piggy. Didn't like it.
Nice jump, Alistair.
GAWWWWLLLSSS Games just resubbed for 16 months.
Thank you. Nice try. Oh, shit. Oh. Wharton, you tit. Rafa with a lovely back heel there. Good experience from Kent there, using his experience. Switches the play over to Williams. Williams chucks it down the line for Carvalho. Great first touch. Plays it back inside. Williams finds Wharton coming up in support. Plays it back to Britton. Looks up. Ferguson has a quick turn. One over the top. Kent is through. Plays it to Rafa! Great team goal. Just what we needed. Settle the nerves before half time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the World Cup as much as anybody. It's going to be bizarre. Should never have been there, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, a million lines have been written about it already. It's all right. As in, it's all correct that people are calling it out. Oh, no! Potential foot injury. That's a disaster. Shit, we don't actually have another midfielder. Ryan, can you step in? You can play slightly further forward. And we'll stick Murphy, Mr. Murphy. Scott, you've imported, eh, mate? Yeah, go on. Start taking some shots. Oh, it's because it hit. Oh, that's gibberish. That's because he's in front of the keeper, isn't it? It's a hell of a lump. Oh! One touch to get out of his feet. Bang! Oh, hello. Oh! Yeah, looks like we got a dub instead of an L. Nice work. How long is Rafa out for? Three to 4 weeks. God damn it. Does anyone ever use the give injection? Has anyone ever done that? Given them the magic injection that lets them play for one more game? I don't think I ever have. Because it... I always feel like I'm going to absolutely crock them. I guess if it was for the Champions League final, it was your star striker, you might do it. If they die, they die. God, somehow we still haven't secured a place in the playoffs. Are there really that many games left? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. I guess so. So it's only because technically we could not win a game for the rest of the season, lose them all, and have a terrible goal difference and end up being pipped to the playoffs by all of these teams. If we lost every single game from now till the end of the season, it's possible that Derby could leapfrog us. But I think if we get one more point or one more win, it's impossible. Unless they all win below us. Oh, shit. Losing players left, right and centre here. Luckily we got a nice long break. Barnsley are in 22nd. Newell warns Blackburn about Nico O'Reilly. Blackburn Rovers favourite Mike Newell, who must be ancient. 63. That's fucking ancient. Nico O'Reilly. Keep an eye on that Nico O'Reilly. He's a cracking player. Right. Thanks, Mike. I just realised the dub comes from W. Like as in the letter W, do you mean? Like the L, the W. So you just abbreviate it to dub. Orient did not go up. Orient lost to Peterborough in the playoff final at Wembley, 2-1. I wonder how are Peterborough getting on in the Premier League? Oh my goodness. These are the teams that went up last year. That's where we'll be next season. Nico O'Reilly, footballer. He exists. Nico O'Reilly. This is a real person. He is a youth team player at Man City's under-18s. Nico O'Reilly. Let's give the young lad a go, you know? This lad, Camise, is meant to be a pretty good player eventually. He's hard working. I like that. I like a good hard working player. Oh. Oh, Ferguson, don't get sent off, you mug. Oh, hello. Do you really get 150 million quid? Good God. I don't think anyone here is going to the World Cup, are they? Well, that's elaborate. Holy shit. Yes, young lad. What kind of header is that? Rodriguez, that's not the touch. My boy, no. I know that they're talking about the most valuable game of the season. Like, that is definitely true. I'm just saying, is it actually in the video game worth 150 million quid? Could be the end of our unbeaten run. Unless... What a goal. Look at him bust a gut to get in the box here. Zappa has just been absolutely superb. Classy finish. That's really poor. Come on, ref, he's only young. Can Pigford pull off another penalty save? He can! This lad! Oh. Whew. Oh, Barnsley managed that point, got them out of the drop zone. So we are guaranteed a playoff spot. We need... Well, we've got a 16-point lead. And there are 7 games left to play. Look at this run. This has been majestic. So there's 5 points. We need to basically get 5 points. And Palace can't catch us. Because our goal difference is insane. Look at that. It's 46. We scored 75 goals and only let in 29. Stingy. I mean, I'm delighted. I'm delighted with the results. Obviously, you know, people might point to a 1-1 and say, well, that's a game we should be winning. They're struggling and, you know, we're top of the table and all the rest of it. But quite honestly, the fact that we were able, having been a man down, which young Mr. Ferguson is not happy about that, believe me, he's apologised to the lads and to myself, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me extending that apology to the supporters. When you're a man down for that length of time, missing as many key players as we are, to lose one of our key players to a red card as well on the day, it makes it even harder. But the young lads that were on the pitch did especially well. I'd also like to say Jordan Pigford saving another penalty. Absolutely brilliant player for us. And that's the kind of experience and quality that he's brought to this team in goal. He's been absolutely superb, marshalling the defence and managing to keep it so many clean sheets. I mean, you know, we've hardly conceded any goals this season, and that's down in no small part to Mr. Pigford. But that's what happens when you sign an England international of his calibre. You know, that's what you get. That's what you get. It's Pigford. It's Pigford. Jordan Pickford. Jordan Pigford is his name. Jordan Pickford. Pickford's father, Lee, changed his name from the original Pigford to Pickford because he was tired of being called Piggy. So there you go. What do you say about the rumours you're paying Pigford in animal feed? I only answer questions that are grammatically correct, and that is a disgraceful attempt at grammar. This is our youth intake this year is really poor. This is awful. This is the only player who's of any note, and look at the state of him. Dreadful. I think he's playing better now. He's got less dignity. And Jimmy says, I like to think the incentive that has him playing so well is that you've told him he can change his name back if he plays well enough. That's right. That's right. Interesting. We have a lot of shots in the middle here, but we've actually only scored 11 goals from there. A lot of them coming from wide. Munt, if you want to come in as our social media manager, feel free. We could do with a social media manager. Lewandowski. I wonder what he's up to. He is a striker at Barcelona. He's 39. He's been at Barcelona for 6 seasons and has been racking up the goals. He's not doing it as much this season. 39 years of age. A minor interest from Blackburn. Let's see. Approach to sign. He's not interested. Okay. Maybe if we get promoted. I mean, Zlatan played until, what, 41? He's still going? Zlatan probably still going. It would be funny if you could set some players as never retires. He is a manager and he's unemployed. So he wrapped it up in 23-24. He scored 1 goal for Milan and said, you know what, I'll call it a day. Look at this career. 412 goals in 663. That's all league. So weird when he went to Man U, wasn't it? And then went to LA Galaxy, scored a shitload of goals, and they immediately took him back to Italy. Feel like guys are lasting longer in this version of FM. So one of my favorite things about old FMs that they kind of took out was signing, because I in previous saves, like 2012 and stuff like that, when I played that, I played a lot of that one, because that was when my youngest was born in 2011, and being a stay-at-home dad as I was, now with 2 kids to look after, a lot of the time you're just in the living room looking after the kids, and sort of, you know, they're watching some dog shit on television and playing and stuff like that, and you can't really do stuff with them. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you can really I mean, especially when my youngest was she was just a baby. I mean, you do little playing things with them, but first of all, they sleep a lot. Second of all, they just want to do simple things like stacking bricks and crying and stuff like that. So it's really pretty dull. And what I would generally do is we'd get up, obviously, at the crack of fucking dawn, get their breakfast, and then they'd watch some telly and play for a bit. And then I would be sitting around for a few hours, and then we'd probably go to the park and go to the playground, or maybe we'd go for a walk that morning. So I'd take them out, one in the pushchair and one I always made my kids walk as early as, once they were walking, we're walking. Like, there's no fucking pushchair. You know what I mean? You're a child, you're full of energy, let's go. So we would walk into Twickenham and walk back. We'd walk and get the bus and then go for a walk around Richmond and come back. I see people carting their kids around and they've got their knees up around their chin like this because they can barely fit in the pushchair, and the parents are like, oh, it's easier because he doesn't like walking. Walk. Take away the pushchair, we're going into town. You want a snack? You want a treat? Walk. March. Let's go. And now my kids are, you know, fucking power walking, like that, no problemo. We walk all over the place, they don't get tired. It's important. So we would go out and do stuff and then come back home. And normally in the afternoon, we spend a lot more time sitting around. Because they're tired, because they've been fucking marched around, or they've been to the playground or whatever. And I'd be playing Football Manager. And I only had a shitty laptop at that point. I think it was one of Mrs. F's old work laptops. And it was dog shit. So it took ages to play. But I would be playing that and playing with them, playing with them. Because it's chuntering away. So between games, really very little's happening. And I just racked up the hours. Anyway, one of the things that would happen is top players, if you play for seasons and seasons and seasons, start to age like Ronaldo and like Lewandowski. And rather than still, I think the game was a lot harsher in terms of their abilities and how they dropped off back then, it felt like. Like Lewandowski now at 39 has unbelievable stats, right? Because he's one of the world's best players. Even as it declines, like even if he started at like 190 like top ability range, even if he loses 80 points, he's still a decent player. Like, even if he loses 50 points, he's still, I think 150 is meant to be the sort of England level where you could play for England. Like, anything up to like 100 is like League One. 110 to like 120 is good Championship. I think 130 to 150 around there is like Premier League and International. Anything above that is like world class. You know, like 170, 180, you're talking really fucking good players. And the very best, like 190s and 200s. And up to 200. So as they get older, their current ability declines. But because it's declining from such a high point, and because they've got such good fitness, and they're just like, you know, not got bad injuries, they've got incredible natural fitness, they're still good players. So in the older versions, when they got to about 33, 34, big clubs would just sack them off. They would never sign a contract. And they can't get a top flight job, so you can pick them up in the Championship and in League One. So I had like Rivaldo playing for Bournemouth because he was old. He was like 36. He was still really good. Scored so many free kicks, set up so many goals from corners. He's just a set piece master. Not the most mobile lad around the pitch, but yeah, he was absolutely superb. We just won Player of the Month for Nino. Player of the Month, he's dedicated it to me. Raphael scoops Young Player of the Month. And I win Manager of the Month. So yeah.
Nice
pleased.
jump, Alistair.
Jax_Max just resubbed for 47 months. Come on, England.
Indeed. Back then, every year of FM for me would have Skulls and Gigs falling off the edge of a cliff, but in real life, they would be back next season. Yeah, it is weird. Like I feel like they've updated it a bit because there just are some players who could just keep going. Unbelievable. They just, they're just that good. I mean, especially I think nowadays, players look after themselves so well. I mean, these guys are incredibly fit, and they look after themselves. The diet is right, everything is right. You know, they're looked after by like medical staff and all this kind of stuff. So it's just not necessary to be like as worried about their fitness long term. I think they're gonna be in good shape, you know. Yeah, the fans are miserable fuckers. It was that season in the top flight. That season in the top flight raised their expectations massively. And now they're like, who are we playing? Hull? Oh. Yeah, Tom Brady's a good example. James Milner's a good example. Zlatan, Ronaldo, you know, these guys are still top players. Obviously, Man U fans, I apologise for calling Ronaldo a top player. Phil Jones. Now, there's a player I will not be signing. Always signed him in saves of yore. Had the Phil Jones Stadium. Miss. If you click on the ball a lot, they miss. They're getting tired though, and we're all full fitness. Ugh. I want a much better display in the second half. Let's come out with a slightly more balanced approach. Oh. That's Oriol Busquets. A different Busquets. It's a great challenge. Oh. Oh, we scored. Clobbered. I'll check Ballon d'Or winners. I think that's possible. Oh, here we go. Ref! You're out of your mind! Can Pigford save another pen? It'd be 3 from 3 if he does. No. You... Not good enough. Not good enough. Who's 5'1"? I want to know who was 5'1". I love short players just as much as I love absolute gigantic players. Was it one of their lads? Was it the Busquets lad? He's 6'1". 15-year-old, your new youth intake lad. Derby beat Leighton 6-1. Let's have a look. 6-0, sorry. Yes, they did. An absolute hammering. Jebison. It's just all Jebison. Who's Jebison? Daniel Jebison. A 24-year-old Canadian. He scored 24 goals in the championship this season. That's a snip. 3 million quid. Well played, Derby. Well, Raphael isn't a big lad. He is 5'7". I think Carvalho is 5'7" as well. Rodriguez is 5'5". we've built our team essentially. We haven't scored. Like a lot of the games you've seen, we're scoring 1 goal or 2 goals. Normally 1 goal. Like we're not free scoring. Greg Hilson. No. We're not like a free scoring. Do you know what I mean? So, because I've set up with more of a defensive solidity, we tend to rely on taking 1 or maybe 2 chances in a game. We create lots of chances, but they're apparently all from range. Well, how tall is Lionel Messi? He's probably like 5'8", isn't he? He's 5'7". Ronaldo's like, what, 6'2"? Yeah, he's 6'2". I'm a good gauge of height. I'm very good at it. If there was a way you could make a living out of it, perhaps at a fairground. Isaac Hansen would be a terrific signing. Disagree. This is a funny Twitter account. The Good Liars. We talked to some Trump supporters last weekend about Roe versus Wade, vasectomies, and gay marriage. So these are quite funny.
What are your thoughts on the Roe v. Wade being?
Now, first of all, voters for Trump, calm down. All right, you don't. Who gives a shit? Look at this lad. Stonewashed jeans that held up by what looks like a piece of cord. He's got his keys hanging on a carabiner on his belt loop. Iron athletics. Very heavily tanned. Looks like pretty crusty old dude. Looks like quite a chill dude. But he's a Trump fan.
Overturned.
I'm against abortion.
You're against abortion?
Yes.
There's been some talk with some people saying we need to protect life. The sperm that's the seed of life. So would you be in favor of all males who are not married getting vasectomies?
No.
And what about you?
To each their own.
Clarence Thomas said yesterday maybe we should take a look at the same-sex marriage ruling. Is that something you think we should look at as well?
What do I think of gay marriage? I don't believe in gay marriage.
You don't believe it? You don't think that 2 men or 2 women should be able to get married? Would you like to see them reverse the decision?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just how I was brought up, and that's how I believe.
And you mentioned it a couple times. To each their own, right?
It is to each their own, but everybody should have a respect in their own biblical sense.
So to each their own, but you don't want gay people getting married, and you don't want women choosing what to do with their body.
Right.
It's mad, isn't it? It doesn't really make any sense. It's almost like it's just nonsense. Raphael's back, thank God. Thing is, you can say anything and they'll just give you an opinion, right? Like, you could just say, oh, so you think everyone should get vasectomies? Oh, no. But the thing is, like, I honestly feel if men were the ones who got abortions, it would be enshrined in law. I genuinely believe that. If men were the ones who ended up with babies, Like, just imagine that was the way it worked. I guarantee you that there would be way more protection. 100%. I think this is just about our strongest team. Raphael, you'll be grand, mate. You'll be grand. You'd go down. I bet you'd get your abortion done while they were rotating your tires. Yeah, rotate the tires, change the oil pressure, and give me one of them abortions. You want the deluxe package on the abortion? God, no, it's a goddamn waste of money. Strap it to me. Oh. Amazon same-day abortions. I mean, they sell condoms in pub toilets, right? You just get an abortion machine. Alright, lads, I'll just pop into the bog and I might be a few minutes. I'm having a quick abortion. Yeah, mate, yeah, take your time. You get us a pint on the way back. Oh, yeah, yeah. John's had 10 abortions this year. Has he really? What an absolute legend. That's a poor ball. That's well recovered. That's very nice. Keep it going, boys. Love that. Bit of striker play. Hold it up. Play it back. Go. We won? Oh, cool. Dog. Fucking Jefferson. This is a goal. We're about to score. Alright, they're about to score. This lad! Let's pull one back before half time, please. We need something to cling on to. That is your basic doggy doo-doo pass. Needed that. That's good from Kent. I like that. The old give and go. Chips it over. Carvalho back stick. Just before half time. That's when you want to score. We're better than them and we all know it. Heavens. Oh. Dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Fucking Jefferson, man. What a beast. When does his contract run out? We've got him for 1 more year. Take him up to 2030. A 2-year deal. I like that. I like that. Pickford's been good for us. Oh, this is a... I think he was at Leighton, yeah. I signed him for 85k. He did well for us, and we sold him for 2.8 million, or they sold him for 2.8 million. So he was a decent young player. Where is he? Where is he? Daniel Jefferson. I want a full report on that fella. He was beast mode. A back? What's a back? Full back, centre back, wing back, left back, right back, left back in the dressing room. Hey, Evan Nielsen wants to stay. Oh shit! Shame. I was gonna try to sign that guy. What's his name? Tomiak. Boris Tomiak. But he's been a star in your Kaiserslautern run. Well, not for Kaiserslautern in this game, he wasn't. Sorry to say. Right, Bolton at bottom. We need a win. We need a win. Yeah, this slide is fucking amazing. We need him to stay. This slide's also been really fucking good. Yeah, Jaden, you are... we've got 1 more year of Jaden. Ooh. He's now a Premier League quality performer. I'll say. He's only 20. Christo. Oh man, Christo. You know, I wanted the best for young Christo. I really did. I wonder if there's a Christo in the game. There is a Christo. But he's rather a journeyman striker in Spain. Did well for Deportivo. In Primera Federación Grupo 1. Uno. You should be able to instruct your players to go out and break the legs of another player. I want to do that. Because, for example, it's the start of the season. I know that one of my rival clubs has just signed a SAR striker. Should be fully possible to say, all right, you there, youngster, you're not going to get any football time this season. I can guarantee you that. All right, you're a youth teamer, but I want you banned from league matches because I want you to go out and break Luis Suarez's legs. And he'd be like, yes, boss. You can trouble whip, but I'm saying I want them to actually destroy them. Like, so that their season is over. It's very secretive. Here's the plan. I want you to break his legs. I want you to snap him like a wishbone. Yes, boss. Tell no one. That's a penalty. That's a penalty all day long. Who's taking it? Fergie. Come on, Fergie. Oh! He's hit the woodwork 5 times this season. Oh! Oh! That's the rare occasion where Jadon Anthony's looping runs inside actually result in a goal. He did the rock the baby motion. Looks like he's expecting. It was a great goal. Look at all the Bolton fans turning out. They're rock bottom of the table, and they're packed stadium. Blackburn fans, take note. When you said Andros Townsend, I thought you were saying Andy Townsend. I was like, Andy Townsend was no winger. God, we are really short of midfielders. That's so poor, Barcock. That's better. Oh! Trouble with I think it's because they're meant to dictate play. Like they're not meant to be getting into positions where they decide to take a shot instead. They're meant to be just a purely creative fulcrum for the team. And the reason I put Mazzala on more often, the problem with Mazzala is it means they tend to drift wide, which is sometimes good. I think we're basically promoted because Palace can't overtake our goal difference. Shock at the Stadium of Light as Sunderland win 6-0. That is a shock. So there's 4 games left. There are 12 points up for grabs. We would have to give up 23 goals in the next 4 matches with no goals in response for Palace to overtake us. So we are at the moment promoted. And we've got 86 million quid in the bank. Not bad. I agree, Troublewit, but then you play them in a different position, don't you? Like you would play them in something like I think roaming playmaker maybe, or box-to-box midfielder, or central midfielder attack. Like I guess there are lots of other options. Also, does De Bruyne play that deep? I'm not sure. I mean, I guess the point is that if you just say central midfielder attack, they can basically do whatever they want, right? What exactly does a central midfielder attack do? Providing an industrious and versatile link between defence and attack. Expected to perform a variety of tasks. Central midfielder benefits from having the tactical awareness and technical ability to support both defensive and attacking play. More readily surge into the final third to support the forwards in and around the box. So that would be bombing up and down. Let's give it a go. We'll give it a go in the next game. We'll see how Raphael does. That is a great midfield trio, by the way. I think the way they refer to a playmaker would be like Frank Lampard wouldn't be a playmaker, right? Because he's just goal scorer. Like that was his whole thing. Like he certainly was, you know, helping to move the ball around, but you wouldn't say that all the passes went through Lampard. I think the same with Gerrard. You wouldn't consider him a playmaker. even though he thought of himself as one. Xabi Alonso was the playmaker. So Xabi Alonso just sort of sat there, sprayed the ball around, passed it nicely. I think that the playmaker role, maybe Michael Carrick, some people consider a defensive kind of deep line playmaker, even though all he really did is pass the ball to more creative players. That's basically the job of the playmaker, I think, is to get the ball, look and be able to find a good pinpoint pass, but not like necessarily the killer through ball, but like he passes it to a guy in space who's going to go do good stuff. Like Gerrard, you know, he would pass it to Lampard, he would pass it to Gerrard. They'd be looking for those players. De Bruyne, obviously, he's hard to define because he's such a good player, but he's capable of like picking up the ball and driving with it from deep. Eriksen, I guess Eriksen would be a good example of a playmaker. But what you want, I mean, Raphael, I've just got him as this little nimble. He pops up all over in the gaps because his passing is really good, but it's his decisions, his flair, passing technique. Like, he's just a guy that I trust on the ball. But he's dog shit in the air, so I don't really want him sitting in the middle here. And he's quite slight. You know what I mean? He's 5'7", and he only has strength 12, so he loses out in the middle. I don't want him receiving the ball under pressure and trying to find a pass. I want him bursting onto the ball and slide ruling it for someone, or, you know, I want him more mobile and up front. Let's try and put him in a central midfielder attack role and see how that goes. Oh, class. Great ball from Carvalho. Hit it! Oh! It's a hell of a strike. Jeez. See, that's the problem when he's in midfield. He gets bullied. Oh, Jordan, you could have got that. I love the way that's a penalty, but him literally shoving Raphael 10 feet through the air, not a foul. Oh, Kent, do I not like that? Good heavens. Oh. Yes, Rafa! See, with Mazzala, he'd be out here. But he's not. He's central. We basically got two strikers now. Deflected off Bonifazzi. We'll take it. Porkchop, if you message the Yogscast on Twitter, I'm sure they'll take care of it. Or message Pickaxe Podcast on Twitter. But I don't work in the office. I would just be doing the same thing you do. Oh, hello. Bonifazzi's having a mare. Oh, unlucky. Also, if you mean the live one, they might still be editing it. I don't know. I like that celebration. Boosh. Just play it back, Carvalho. Just play it back. You've overcomplicated that for no reason. That's simple. Nice and easy. It's a hell of a finish. Christ. Bit of tired legs out there. Let's sort this out. Jesus. Can the young lad score? He can't. Boyce Clark, ex-Leyton Orient. There's a ball down the line right there, you coward. Well in. Oh! We did it. There's wee Rafa. There's me, not on the podium and still taller than all the players. Take that, Sunderland. Yay! Eat it. Wave to the people. Blow them kisses. Think how much shit you'd be getting doing this at Sunderland. They've all left. Champions, time to celebrate. Annoyed not to get a chance to complete a hat-trick. Well, I don't care about that. Blackburn fans sang PFlax's name as the manager in Spiders' team. Yeah, absolutely smashing season, really. Absolutely phenomenal. Very, very happy. And just couldn't really put into words what it means to us here to have won promotion. The board and I have been, something we talked about when I signed on here was that they wanted to get us promoted, but they certainly didn't see us winning the title as quickly as this. The disappointment of last season when I felt we dropped off at the crucial moment, and of course getting knocked out in the playoffs by my old club, Leyton Orient, which glad to see them still in the division. They've struggled this year a bit, but it's a good core of players there. They have missed out this season. Obviously, we've pushed on. That's one of the reasons that I came here, was I could see the potential in this team, a championship team, and that's what we've delivered. And I think the players have been tremendous. We've scored some fantastic goals, but I think an awful lot of the credit has to go to our defence, because we've kept so many clean sheets. It's given us that confidence going forward in midfield and out wide and up front, that we know that if it doesn't work out, the lads have got us back, and they're going to make sure that we're not giving away too many free goals and making the games too hard, because it was very, very tight. A lot of 1-0s, 2-1s, 2-0s, not many blowouts. When we do tend to play more expansive football at this level, the clubs will punish you. They've got the strikers, they've got the ability. So very happy with the result, and we're going to be celebrating. We have still got 3 games left to play this season, so of course attention is going to turn to those, and if we can break the 100-point mark, that would be a nice marker. I did that previously in my career. I'd like to do it again. It's always a good feeling, and no one can be left in any doubt that you're worthy champions when you finish on 100 points. I'll tell you that. But yes, thank you very much, and I will be taking questions. Any questions from the assembled reporters here? I'll give you a moment. Will I allow Pigford to change his name back to Pickford? Well, no. He is Pigford. I demand honesty at this club. If you were born a Pigford, you must die a Pigford. So he will not be changing his name. That's for sure. Big changes in the summer. I don't believe that we will be making big changes. Obviously, we'll have to strengthen and bring in a few players here and there. But all in all, I'll be honest with you, I think that this team is a good one. They've demonstrated that they're better than any other team in the championship, and I think that when you've done that, it would be harsh to say to these players, well, thanks for that, and we'll see you around. I think there's no reason to do it. I think it's important that the players are given a chance at that level, and they will be. They absolutely will be. So no, I don't intend to make mass rotations. I don't think that would be necessary. I don't think it would be a positive thing for the players or for the club. So we're looking to keep this core of players, and hopefully we can keep them over the summer. Some of them might have ambitions to move elsewhere, but no, I think we'll try and keep as many of them as possible. The price of pies under my reign as manager, I can assure the fans that the price of pies and the quantity and quality of both gravy and chips will remain static, if not improve. We are not looking to skin people for money. Hard-working, good Blackburn folk of the money that that they've made at the loom or down the coal mine or whatever it is that the jobs that they've got around here, mucking out muck and doing all that sort of thing. No, they're entitled to their money, and they shouldn't have to worry too much about pie cost. We will definitely be giving the youngsters a run out in the next few games. I like to test them, but I think it also behooves us to do the club proud, so we're not going to be taking it easy. You don't want to end the season on losses. You want to end them on wins. That gives that momentum into the summer and into next season. So apparently, yes, I have heard that in the press that young Mr. Baxter, our ex-goalie, has been claiming that he would have been just as good, if not better. I would say that Jordan Pigford's many caps and many penalty saves and performances this season should give Mr. Baxter pause to consider his words more carefully before he opens his big yapper. The woke media trying to cancel my interview as well, I'll be honest with you. I got no time for the bloomin' woke media. Stay down in London, you lot. We don't need you up here in Blackburn. We calls them as we sees them, and we says what we thinks up here. And by gum, I intend to keep doing that. The woke media. Here we go, at home against Argyle. No, the fans don't give a shit. Apparently it's just not in their interest. You. God, he's dog. Oh, that was bizarre. '95th minute, baby. Ogilvy got himself all tangled up. Great ball. Fry bursts into the box. Swat. Club legend Danny Graham. I don't know who Danny Graham is. When did he play at Blackburn? He played at Blackburn for 158 games, 2016 to 2020. Oh, as a striker. Sorry, I honestly stopped following Blackburn about the time Morten Gamps Pedersen left and they dropped out of the Premier League. We've just signed Phil O'Neill as our loan manager. Damn.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Midgaunt Chris just resubbed for 95 months. Whoop whoop.
Thank you. Razif, I'm sorry. I don't know who he is. I am so sorry. I'm not a Blackburn fan. Neither was I a Leyton Orient fan. I'm a Bournemouth fan. And I don't know every player at every team. I apologise. I know that's extremely unfair of me. But what am I meant to say? You are a Blackburn fan. Can I just say, you guys are in the Championship. We're in the Premier League, mate. Show us some respect. You guys have been in the Championship for fucking ages. Harken back to the glory days. We never had any. These are our glory days. How, just show some... We're a small club. Got no fucking fans, no money, and a shit ground. You're a Wigan fan. What the fuck are you talking about, homie? I mean, if you're a Wigan fan, this is the problem with this fucking country, in all honesty. All right? You, Razif, are the archetypal problem with this country. And I'll tell you why. Because you're a fucking Wigan fan. And you're like, Bournemouth? Whoa. You should be supporting the little guy. You should all be delighted that Bournemouth are doing well or a small club's doing well. But instead, You're all sucking off the big clubs. Oh yeah, Chelsea, Man City, Disgraceful. You should be absolutely delighted to see other small clubs doing well. But we're not. Such a hateful bunch of twats. You did. You said, someone's got to. When I said I was a Bournemouth fan. Yes, you said. Someone's got to. Fucking disgraceful. Disgraceful. Punch up. Don't punch your other small clubs. We're even smaller than Wigan. Shocking. Just shocking. Got no time for that. No time for that. Turns away in disgust. Need a couple of pies, that's for sure. Oh, Championship preview. All eyes on M1 Derby. Luton and Watford. God. Are all eyes on that? I don't think any eyes should be on either Luton or Watford. Christ. 96 points. We need to win one game and draw another and we get 100 points. It's against Orient. Orient. I like baseball. I really like baseball. Jordo Harrington. I'd say that's probably, alongside football, one of my absolute favourites. I love baseball. I am, I would say, very casually acquainted with most other sports. Like, I'll watch F1, quite like F1. I fucking hate snooker. Oh, God, I hate snooker. So boring. The most boring sport. And I watch golf. I would much rather watch golf than snooker, and I don't even really enjoy watching golf. Snooker is just so fucking dull. Darts is quality. Darts is quality. Rugby, take it or leave it. If it's a really good game, it's very exciting. But too often it's fucking diabolical. Nothing happening. Just people lying on the ground, smacking into each other, just grabbing each other for like 10 minutes at a time. It's just a massive wall of bodies, and somewhere in there there's a ball. It's not entertaining to me. The Mets this season, I thought we did fantastic. They did absolutely fantastic. Really like the team. Got good character. Got some really good players. Pete Alonso's, everybody loves Pete Alonso. DeGrom had like absolutely dominant pitching season. It's just fantastic. And even guys like Marte's good. You know, Jeff McNeil is likable guy. They're just likable bunch of guys. The last time I liked a Mets team this much was the season where we lost the World Series to the Yankees. Was that 2016? Maybe it was slightly further back than that. That was a likable team as well. Big sexy, you know. I think we've lost maybe some of the sort of relievers are not as good as they needed to be, and not quite as much character, but cool. But a really good team. I really like them. Good rugby games are the pinnacle of team sport. Well, you say that as a rugby fan. I'm not saying which is better. I'm just disallowed. You can't disallow that, ref. That's a disgraceful decision. I played quite a bit of the Out of the Park baseball game. It's not as good to stream because it's just less fun, isn't it? I think it's daft to say that rugby is more of a team game than other team games. I think that's really kind of silly. You're just a fan, that's all. Cricket, it's alright. I mean, I'd watch it if I went along live with my mates. I'm sure we'd have a great laugh just sitting there drinking and watching the cricket. But in terms of sticking it on the telly, the last time I watched it was the Ashes around 2001? I feel like our team then had a lot of characters. It was good to watch, and the Aussies did as well. That was a really good Ashes series, and we won, which was pod. Maybe that was 2002. I can't stand one day, T20, all of that. Can't stand it. It's boring. It's boring because it forces the action. What makes cricket exciting? Fry again? This lad. No, because I was living in Bournemouth at the time. It can't have been 2005. I'd moved up to London at that point. Oh, maybe it was maybe we didn't win it then. I remember we won some games. That was pog. Maybe it wasn't even the Ashes then. Maybe it was just another test. Maybe it was just a test against Australia in the summer. Because I'd moved down to Bournemouth, which was post-university. I hadn't got a job yet. Oh, fuck off. Yes! Offside, ref, surely. Oh, that was Muller as well. It was disallowed. Hype. Ref! It was disallowed. That goal was disallowed. Excellent. Ashes on Channel 4 was the absolute best. It was great. Really good coverage. Very, very well done today. An excellent win. It must have just been a test. It obviously wasn't the Ashes, then it must have just been a test match. But I watched the whole thing. And guess what I was playing? Championship Manager. So I was playing on my PC, my dog shit PC. And I had that on, and the flat we were in was fucking amazing, actually. It was... God, it was only a few £100 a month to stay there. And it was huge. The living room was enormous. But it was very 70s decor, because it was like a block of flats for old people in Bournemouth, like most of them are. And it had huge rooms. It was really nice. It had a beautiful balcony overlooking this really lovely garden that was maintained for all the flats. All my neighbours were just old people. So the only downside was they had their tellies absolutely fucking maxed. But that was fine. As a new season is a new team record, 99 points. Let's see if we can break that record. But yeah, you could make a bunch of noise. They didn't care. And I had my computer over one side, and our telly was this giant ancient telly in this big wooden box. So you could hide it. I don't know why people wanted to do that in the olden days. Nowadays, nobody fucking hides their telly. And when you turned it on, it took, and no word of a lie, 10 minutes to warm up. And the picture would gradually creep in from the bottom of the telly until you're eventually watching it. And yeah, I'd have the cricket on there, and I'd be playing Championship Manager. It was great. Great days. And then I got a job, which was the worst thing I could do, but I did need one. I got a job. I've told this story before. It was for a company in Bournemouth, in the town centre, which was great. It was nice to work in the town centre. Easy to go out and get lunch and go shopping in your lunch hour and meet your mates if they were around. And it was just me and the boss. And I went there to meet him, and he chatted to me a bit. And I was a fresh graduate, and he said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "I just want to program. I want to experience programming. I want to get better at it and learn how to do it and work with computers and all that." He was like, "Perfect. We're building a piece of software. I'll teach you as we go, and it'll just be us. So I'll teach you everything that I know. You'll be like my sort of apprentice, and we'll grow the company together. How does that sound?" And I was like, "That sounds great." And I was thinking, this is cool. Like, I'm helping this guy out. He started his own company, just started it. He just got the office and everything, and he was going to write this piece of software that companies would use to manage the machinery at their company. So what they call items of plant. I don't know why they call it plant, but they do. So things like managing the schedules for maintenance on them, and it would automatically generate work dockets for the maintenance staff of a premises, and you could scale it up however much you wanted. And he was going to sell this software and licenses for the software, and a year prior he'd put out an advert in a paper asking for people's interest, and he said, I was overwhelmed by how many people I got. So he saved up money to start a business and to get the because he hadn't written it yet. He said, I just did it to gauge interest. I thought, okay, so probably shouldn't have taken an advert out. This is a 100% true story, by the way. I'm there for a month. The software is almost ready to launch. He says to me, just answer the phone while I'm away. There's no work I can give you. Just come into work, answer the phone, keep the lights on, and if anyone asks, got any queries, gave me a sheet with a bunch of answers for the questions, how much the software would cost, when they could get it, all this kind of stuff. And I knew what it did, so I could tell people about the software. He goes on holiday for a month. I have nothing to do all day. I work 9 to 5. I did all my hours. I did not skimp a single day. I was in 9 to 5 every day. It's my first job. I didn't know better. He's on holiday. He goes to Disney World. Holiday of a lifetime with his family. 1 month. And he does this just as the product's about to launch. He's expecting to come back to a stack of phone calls so he can go to all these businesses and install the software, and we start making a ton of money. He comes back from holiday. I've been playing Champ Man non-stop. Non-stop. It's all I've been doing. He comes back and he says, right, how many calls have we had? We had 2 calls. 2. And one of them was, aren't you the company that was advertising this software last year? And I'd said, yeah, we were. And he goes, well, we asked about it and it wasn't ready. I said, yeah, it's going to be ready now. He's like, well, all right, we might have already gone with someone else. When he opens the door and he's got his Florida tan and he's all happy to see me, how many calls did we get? And I said, we only got 2 calls. He literally went white as a sheet and said, I'll see you tomorrow, and left. Came in the next day and said, we're going to have to wrap the company up. I'm going to have to let you go. I thought we'd have a ton of sales. We sold none. I can't keep the company on. It's over. He said, I'm going to pay you 2 months severance. I'm really sorry. Thanks for trying, but it's just not to be. So I cycled home and said to my wife, the company folded. She's like, fuck. So then I got temp work, working for a big insurance company in Bournemouth called Liverpool Victoria, and I was just a paper shuffler. Really wanted a permanent job there. This was around the Y2K bug. They had all these contractors there, external contractors who were all like Fortran programmers and all this kind of stuff, earning $1,000 a day, and I was earning that was probably what I was making a month. So I was like, man, there's so much money to be made in computing. I really want to get into this. Yeah, no, absolutely. He did right by me. It was his fault because it was a ridiculous thing to do. And he was a good programmer, but he just had no idea about business. You don't advertise a product that doesn't exist. You're just going to piss everybody off. It was just bizarre. Why do it that way? But yeah, no, he didn't screw me over. He was a nice guy. But yeah, it was just... I literally spent a month playing Football Manager. It was great. Signed Mads Jornsson for Panathinaikos, and we won it all. Won it all. We were unstoppable. I'd met his wife and his kids and everything. I was really gutted for him. But I was so excited. I thought, wow, if this company grows, I was employee number 2. You know what I mean? That's how you get to be senior manager at a company. You're there at the start. Like Gabe Newell made his money because he was at Microsoft. He was employee number 13 or something like that, or number 11. And so, he had shares from his early days. 28 goals this season. I mean, obviously the company wasn't going to be that big, but who knows, if it had gone differently, maybe I'd still be working for that company, playing Championship Manager in my spare time and living in Bournemouth. Everything would have been different. Would have still married Mrs. F, of course. That wouldn't have changed because we already knew each other back then. But everything else, all the friends I've made, everything I've done in the last 10 years wouldn't have happened. We both got jobs in London, Barry. That's it. We'd wanted to move up to London. Like, that was a dream to move up to London. Because I just always wanted to live in London. Like, you know, just a great city to live in. Oh! I haven't been in a while post-Manton. I go to away games sometimes, but it's so hard to get tickets now. It's so hard to get tickets. But I should go. Yeah, let's see it. I want to see it, Edunomic James. Well, that's a hell of a clearance. But so, yeah, I got a job at BAE Systems. Mrs. F got a job at... God, where did she work? It's a company that's now defunct. They were called WorldCom. Yeah, they had some big scandal. I think their owner... Yeah, WorldCom scandal. Bernie Ebbers. They inflated earnings in order to maintain their stock price. The fraud was uncovered in June 2002 when the company's internal audit unit discovered $3.8 billion of fraudulent balance sheet entries. It's the largest, at the time, the largest accounting fraud in American history. Well done, the lads. Oh, the fans turned out this time. That's nice. So yeah, I worked there for 5 years. You know what? I had applied previously because they had a site in Poole, which is next to Bournemouth, and I thought, fantastic, we don't have to leave Bournemouth. Because at the time I was like, why would I ever want to leave Bournemouth? I was like 21 or something, and all my mates were in Bournemouth and my mum and everything like that. So I went for the interview, had to go to Yeovil for the interview. There were a whole bunch of us there. These are all stories I've told before, so if you've heard them before, I apologise. Had to go to Yeovil, get the train down to Yeovil. It took fucking ages. I might have even taken the coach. And they put us up overnight in this hotel. And during the day, we had a whole day of interviews at... let's have a look at this. Here he is. Andy Vernon. 5'1", 55 kilograms, strength 2. How old is he? He's 15-year-old central midfielder. Got great first touch. He's so tiny. He is absolutely tiny. That is amazing. He's absolutely witty. That is amazing. That gets an upvote. Upvote. Everybody upvote that. That's very funny. So yeah, so I went down to Yeovil. And we had this day of interviews, tests. Like the tests, there were maths tests, there were aptitude tests, there were like problem-solving tests, and I did well in all of them. And at the end of the day, we're in the bus back to the hotel, sorry, and the lady there said, we'll be taking you guys out for dinner. Like those of you in this bus, this is like the good bus, because there were several, like it was like a minivan. If you're in this minivan, they were going to hire you. They said they'll be in touch very soon. Don't worry. Like you did really, really well on the test. They've already decided they're going to hire all of you in the bus. We're going to go out for a meal. So we went out for something to eat, and then I was like called up Mrs. F. I was like, apparently I got the job. This is fantastic. They'll let me know in a couple of weeks. Go back home, and a week goes by, and I don't hear anything. And then another week, and so I emailed them. I was like, you know, is there anything going on? And they were like, oh yeah, sorry, we've decided to promote from within. But good luck, and we'll keep you on our records. I was like, what the fuck? So because there was another scheme, there was a BAE scheme. So this was like the next year. There was a scheme that BAE Systems used to run where they would bring in graduates. And if you were a graduate in anything, they would bring you in. And the whole idea was, we don't want people who are just computer programmers. We just want people who are a certain level of education, demonstrate a certain level of problem solving, and we'll train you up. We'll teach you everything you need to know. Because we don't just have programmers. We need all kinds of things for software development, and you'll fit into one of those things. I was like, cool. So I applied, and they called me up, went all the way up to London, to New Malden, where I ended up fucking spending 5 years working there. I should have run as soon as I saw the state of the building. It's just a huge, it looked like a fucking tombstone. I hated it. Went in for the interviews, and we had to give a talk based on our final year project. And one of the guys did a talk on quantum tunneling, which he had studied at university. He was a physics graduate. Another guy was a maths graduate and did this big dissertation about some mathematical thing he'd done. They had all this amazing stuff. And I had done the worst computer program ever submitted, I'm pretty sure, for any university project ever, which was a bunch of fish on a screen, and the fish would gradually form into a shoal and then swim around on the screen. But they didn't. They just moved around randomly, just little triangles. They could only move up, down, left, right, and diagonally. I couldn't figure out how to do the maths on any other kind of movement. So they basically just moved like a screensaver, sort of like this. And if they were near another fish, they'd angle towards that fish. So gradually they would form into a shoal. But they wouldn't like respond to stimulus. You couldn't click the screen and they'd swim towards it. Nothing. So my project, I didn't show them the code because I'd lost it. I was like, as soon I didn't want to say to them, but as soon as I got my degree, like I was finished, I tore everything up and threw it all in a bin and went out and got pissed. I didn't like, well, hold on to this. So I just had to describe it to them. And a lot of the stuff that I did in the talk was just flannel about AI, very little about my project. And they had some questions. So how does this relate to the project you put forward? And some of the other fucking students had questions. And they were like, yeah, Boyd's. Exactly, it was Boyd's. Exactly right, Inner Voices. That was it. It was Boyd's. Anyway, I did it with fish because I couldn't get I couldn't animate the birds. So I thought fish don't move much when they're swimming. If you look at them from the side, it's just a triangle, right? So job done. Anyway, why the fuck? I didn't ask a question about quantum tunneling. Keep your mouth shut. Let me do my shitty presentation. Don't ask contentious fucking questions. Adam, that was his name. He was a bit of a prick, honestly. He would start talking and then pause like he'd finished talking. And so you'd start talking and then he would start talking and just talk over you. And it's like, I'm sorry, Adam, but we're not going to sit here and we're not going to wait for you to finish your huge rambling sentences with big pauses in the middle, because how am I meant to know when you're finished, Adam? You know what I mean? He would just start talking like blah blah blah, and you're responding to something. He's just talking over you, like he will not stop. He was weird guy. Don't ask me tricky questions in my shitty interview, Adam, please. Oh, what's his last name? Does it begin with a B? Weilmeister, does it begin with a B? He was from up north. His last name begins with a B, doesn't it? A W, oh, different guy then. Damn. That would have been exciting there for a moment. Anyway. So yeah, I was there I did the interview and I thought, there's no way I got that. There was a whole fucking room of geniuses, like maths and physics and all this kind of shit. And then there's me. The only guy there, by the way, with a computing degree. Everybody else was something else, but they were much cleverer. And They gave me the job. They were like, we want to hire you. I was like, holy shit. And like this at the same time, Mrs. F got a job in London, like almost at exactly around the same time. I was like, we're fucking going to London, baby. Let's go. So it was like, you know, it was perfect. We moved up and we lived in Wimbledon Park. It was nice. All right, here we go. The season's new arrivals: Firmino, 12 million quid, 28 goals, 7.27 average, phenomenal. Gabriel Zappa, real quality right back, 7.17 average, 4 assists. He was superb. Ryan Kent on loan. Ryan, you did well, mate. He was quality. Brandon Williams as well came in and did jolly well. Jake Faconia, he needs work. And Martin Rodriguez again. These are players for the future. Season's results. Hell yeah. A+. You got grabbed fresh out of uni for this laser engineer job I'm in now. Degree in physics but zero engineering experience. I honestly think any employer worth their salt, and I mean this, is going to understand that it doesn't matter what degree you got. It really doesn't. You're not going to learn, whatever job it is, you're not going to learn how to do it at university. You're not. You're just not. And university is like a huge test, as you know. If you're in uni or you've just done it or whatever, it's just a series of tests to try and ascertain how hardworking, how good at learning, and how smart is this person. And if you're doing some degree that's dog shit, most employers might be like, I'm not going to hire a guy who's done geography degree. No offense, geography degree takers, but you know what it is. Come on. Most jobs would be like, geography? No thanks. But if you're like, oh, I've got a degree, I've got a first in chemistry from Oxford, they'll be like, well, you can do whatever fucking job we give you then. So most jobs, you know, they'll be like, you seem like a smart lad. In you come. We'll train you up. You're going to learn everything you need to on the job anyway. That's it. So yeah, having, you know, you're not going to, there's no degree that you could take other than obviously medicine is a different one where you're going to be expected to turn up on the job and actually just do it from day one. I think with medicine, what is it? See one, do one, teach one is the method the NHS uses. So you just watch someone do like an amputation and then you're expected to do the next one. You've seen how it's done now. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty nuts. But I think the NHS is obviously under the kind of pressure where they need you to learn on your feet. You've got a master's in engineering and now do self-taught programming because engineering pay was shit in comparison. Most of the people I know that work in finance didn't study business. They're maths and physics graduates. It's like that bit in Margin Call where the guy's a rocket scientist. It's really just numbers. Okay, so our biggest win was a 4-0 win over Blackpool. Glorious. Match to remember, 4-2 away at Sunderland. That was glorious. And then Sky Bet goal of the season was Ferguson. Lovely goal from Blackburn central midfield with Ferguson. He scores a well-struck effort from 24 yards. I'll say it was a cracker of a goal. So the reputation, our reputation has gone up a little bit. Gone up from 3 to 3.5. Our sponsorship revenue was down 100,000. Broadcast revenue was down 11 million. But we made more money in corporate, and our match day and commercial was better. But we didn't get any competition prize money for some reason yet. I think it's because the playoffs haven't happened yet. We won. Wait a second. That was the team. Yep. Solid. We won Manager of the Month 3 times. Fans Player of the Season with Ethan McCormack. And the Young Player of the Season was Ethan McCormack. Signing of the Season for Nino for sure. Really good. Blackburn dared to dream. And thanks to a great run way back at the start of the season, their promotion dreams came true. The Blackburn side of 2022. Where are they now? I don't care. I wasn't at the club. They are delighted with how things are going. Superb. Avoid relegation. Yep, I accept. Here we go. We're good enough to not be relegated, and that will be our target next season. That's exactly the sort of reaction I was after. We'll discuss promises later. Have a good break. Enjoy your holidays. We're going to fight, and we're going to stay up. That's the plan. That's the plan. Brighton, Burnley, Watford, Derby. Do you want to see Fergie's goal? Oh dear. Hit with a tax bill of 3 million quid. New sponsorship deal. A 7-year deal worth £775,000. New scouting budget. Good stuff. Facilities. Training facilities have been affected. Oh lord. We have a very good stadium. Training facilities are excellent, as are our youth facilities. Good. We have a contract, and our contract expires at the end of next season. I mean, if Ronaldo toured Ewood Park, I'm just saying I think he would find that actually it's in pretty good nick. Yeah, no, I'm going where where the work is. We'll have a look at the teams that are dropping out of the Stoke, Peterborough, Southampton can still stay up. They've got 2 games left. They need to win probably both of them. Stoke are down, Peterborough down. God, 21 points. God, that could be us next year, you know. I got approached when I was at Leyton Orient. First season we won League 2. Then we finished in the playoffs in back-to-back seasons in League 1. There's 6 points in it. It's close. Man City have dropped to 3rd. Wow, must have had some lousy results lately. Ooh, look at that. They lost to Southampton. And they lost to Arsenal. And they lost to Newcastle. Drew with Leeds, drew with Fulham. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Oh, they drew with Man U. 55th minute, Bruno Fernandes goal. Is he still going? Is he 33? Quality. So yeah, you can go to staff and job center, and these are all the manager vacancies. So all of these clubs in the UK: Preston, Ipswich, Donny, Rotherham, Bradford, Cambridge, Venados in Mexico, Kortrijk in Belgium, Cosenza in Serie B, Hanover, East Fife, Ibiza, and in the Swedish league at Vitaderberg. So yeah, and job security, you can then this tab takes ages. I don't know why I clicked it. So these are the insecure jobs: Liverpool, Man City, Atletico Madrid. Now here's the question, team. We've just won the championship. We might get approached for a job. It's possible. It's possible. I would, if my next job, I wouldn't mind going overseas. I wouldn't mind it. My dream is to manage in Serie A this save. I agree. I normally, when I get promoted, I want to give it a go. I want to give it a go. Especially because I haven't managed in the Premier League yet on this version of the game. So I kind of want to see what we're up against, you know. But what if we got offered the Liverpool job? I'd like to finally win the league with Fiorentina. All those years when Batistuta came so close, my heart broke. I just loved him. He was my favourite Premier League striker in the 90s. A Serie A striker in the 90s. I fucking loved Batigol. And they came close a bunch of times, just never actually did it. Favourite London club is Spurs. If I had to pick a London club, it would be Spurs. Look at the determination on this young Portuguese man's face. Totti was a bellend and he played for Roma. Didn't really like Roma. Were alright. 102 points. Good lord. Ooh, so Burnley, 88-minute goal from Christian Pavon, the 32-year-old signed from Atletico Mineiro. I think he's been capped quite a bit. Yeah, 11 caps. Christian Pavon. I've almost signed him in quite a few previous Football Managers. Newcastle won the league, did they? Yeah, I like Spurs because they don't win stuff, you know? They're likeable. Newcastle are Championes. Oh, Francisco Trinchao.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Gollum just resubbed for 27 months.
Thank you.
Flax Video Games.
Moises Caicedo. 10 goals from midfield. And a 7.29 average. Good lord. Sofiane Diop. Well, he barely played. Come on, what are you showing me him for? Vanderson. Who scored all the goals? Oh, this lad. Kvicha Kvatskelia. He only scored 7 goals. Wow, so all their goals came from like... Oh, Pedro as well. Pedro scored 15 goals. God, why didn't they play him? This lad is ridiculous. He scored 15 goals and he only started 9 games, 11 substitute appearances. Get him on. Good lord. Trincao. Okay. Anyway, they won the league. Fair play. Watford beat Derby. That's the first leg. Quaradonna. Until these games are over, we don't get the bunts that we get for winning the championship. Christ! God, Jesus, 175 grand a week. Are you out of your tiny mind, sir? Who finished Premier League top scorer? All right, let's have a look. And then we've got to crack on. Come on. Erling Haaland with 28 goals. They finished second. Oh, they just pipped Arsenal right at the death. Arsenal could only draw with Everton. 62nd minute Ruiz goal. And Man City's 3-1 Bournemouth. Poor old Bournemouth. So Southampton did go down. Late fall to Leeds. How late was it? Heartbreakingly late? 90th minute late? 13 minutes. Ugh. Those are the worst, you know. When the opposition scores early and you're sitting there looking at that scoreboard for like 80 minutes. Devastating. Who played well for Southampton this season? Rodrigo Duarte, he's on loan. Jan Bednarek, 32. Well, I don't think so, Jan. God damn, you lot were dog. Did anybody score for them? Charlie McNeil scored. He was away on loan. Goals? John Philippe Mateta. He did really well in the championship. 32 goals in the championship. Only scored 8 in the Prem. Oh my God, we're doomed. What about Stoke? Marcelo Flores did score 14 goals. Keane Lewis Potter. Lee Dilly. Amad Diallo, 25-year-old right winger. And he's quick, he can dribble, he's got a good first touch, lots of flair, lots of technique. But he can't really do anything else. What about fucking Peterborough? Ugh. God, Jesus. Is George Hurst related to Jeff Hurst? That's the question. Well, we've got 90 million quid in the bank. And I think you get a shitload for going up, like, automatically in TV money. And then you get money like every month. It's just pouring in. If you get into the Champions League, even if you go out, especially if you get past the group stage, it's like, here, have 80 million quid. Just pours it into your coffers. Did they really? Martin Satriano, 19 goals. And Thiago Tomas. Interesting. God, absolute snip. 10 million quid and he scored 20 goals in the Premier League. We need someone like that. Someone who's just going to bang them in. Is it going to be Firmino? 28 goals. Is this lad good enough to score those goals in the Prem? He's got good off the ball and good finishing, but he isn't very quick. He is good in the air, though. It's going to be tough. Who do we need? We need a left back. We need a really fucking good left back. Maybe another centre back. A good defensive midfielder. And wingers. Maybe we need a left winger. Because Jaden isn't up to it. Maybe we spunk it all on a striker, I don't know. Yeah, Couch. It's exactly like, you know, the money you get for. Jordan Pickford's been called up for England. Christian Bale's been called up for Poland. Ethan McCormack's been called up by the Republic of Ireland, and Lewis Ferguson's been called up by Scotland. Ferguson definitely deserves to be called up. He's been superb. He's one of those players that, as a manager, you love him. He does the ugly stuff well. Scores some good goals, drives the team forward, doesn't ever seem to have a bad performance. Let's see if Philip Jones is still going. He is a goalkeeper for Stafford Rangers. No, it looks like Phil Jones retired from football. And his history was deleted from the record books. I'd recommend Tallis Magno as a left winger. We'll have a look. Burnley v Watford. He is at Leipzig. Or Leipzig. That's a good season. Oh, now he's been used as a sub. Hello. Liverpool and Man U want him. Intriguing. Good shout. What is this playoffs? Oh, FC Colne won on away goals in the relegation playoff. So wait, if you finish here, you have to play off against the team. I quite like that, you know. So the team that finishes third plays off against the team that finishes third from bottom. Is that the system? God, that would be a hype game. So Colne are struggling. Sponsored by Crew. Oh, the most goals anyone scored in the team this season was 6. Their striker managed 4. Paul Nabel. Oh, these lads are dreadful. Oh dear. It's a supermarket, is it? It's like being sponsored by Lidl. That is a great name. Luke Cundle. Luke Cundle. They like Ben Doak. Not sure why they like Ben Doak so much. His potential is high. We'll pop him on the shortlist. Michael Miller. High potential. Dane Scarlett. That's a great name. I read that as Balding Bunani, but it's not. It's Badruddin Buanini. Terrible. Michael Ange Balikwisha. That's a great name. 36 million quid. What did they say about him? Great pace, consistent. Not good in the air, doesn't enjoy big matches. Good Premier League player. Well, not according to his stats, he's not. He can't pass. He can't cross. He can't finish. But he is quick. We'll pop him on the shortlist as a maybe. Rooney Bargy. Is this a joke, Ender Games? Nope, that's a name. Rooney Bargy. Well, he hasn't done very well at Betis. That's pretty poor. He's very determined. He can dribble. He's got good technique, but he's not very quick. And he's got terrible physicals. I think how accurate the scouts are about whether someone is really good or not is hold on.
Hello.
Hey, sweetie pie, how are you?
Wait, can I see what they've done to the abandoned house?
Yes.
Because I saw a tiny bit. I'm not entirely sure what they've done. The whole roof is gone. Whoa.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Yep.
I bet it's going to look really nice by the end.
Mm-hmm.
But now it doesn't.
Well, do you remember when we had our kitchen redone? It was like this for a good few months, wasn't it?
Yeah. Didn't we go stay in Florida for a while?
Yeah, we did. I think we went.
Oh, he's vaping.
Ah, yeah, good on him.
It's crazy. Crazy. Oh, they're taking out the windows.
Yeah.
That's I wonder who's going to rent it out.
The guy who lives there is going to rent it out.
Oh. Wait, he's going to rent it, or he's going to rent
he
it
owns.
to people?
He's going to rent it out to people.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought he was going to rent it out to himself. Oh wow! I saw the front of it.
So what does it look like around the front?
Oh, a lot better. I know there's a kitchen back there. There's a bathroom there, and there's a bedroom up there. I tried for years to use binoculars. And you've got a really nice view.
Yeah, I know.
Once they get rid of the border with the spray paint on, it's gonna look really nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I like my view because I get to see the
allotments.
The allotments.
Yeah. Give me a kiss. Mwah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Is my mum napping?
No. I just open the door and peek in. Oh, that's a shame. So look at this. I loaned Lucas Weatherby and Jake Fish to Barrow, and unfortunately they got relegated from League Two. By quite a lot. Lucas Weatherby played 19 times in goal for them, conceding 17, keeping 7 clean sheets. He did his best. How did Jake Fish? Jake Fish scored 2 goals in 38 starts. Oh, he's a right back. Oh, fair enough, Jake. Skybet Championship Player of the Year, Ethan McCormack. Well done, lad. 6'4". Jebison. Jebison, eh? Young Player of the Year as well. Pigford wins the Golden Glove with 23 clean sheets. Oh, Manager of the Year. Almost our entire team is in the Team of the Year. That is nuts. I think Pigford is a better name than Pickford. Everybody loves pigs. Watford won on penalties. Do we not get any money? Do we not get money? Where's the money? Oh, okay. I guess we already got it. Income. Last month. That must be the prize money. 16 million quid. Not bad. We made 23 million quid this season. I'm quite proud of that. Right, well, now to spend the next couple of hours poring over scout reports, going through the released players for every league, looking at, if you look at under 21s and under 18 leagues, the top scorers in those leagues tend to be quite good. So I'll just be doing that. What a season. What a terrific season. Uh-oh. Ren wants Raphael. Well, they can't have him. Surely I'm listed as one of his buddies now. Yeah. Andreas Schelderup. I see a Schlumberger. I don't see him in the game. SCHJEL. Check the Norway squad for him. See, Cicero, I know you're joking. I'm not going to look up Suzuzbazlai, because that's obviously a made-up name, isn't it? I'll look it up. I'll look it up, just on the off chance. Oh, there he is. Dominic Suzuzbazlai. Woo, whip, woo. He is very good. Holy shit. Well, sadly, there's no way we'll be able to get him. Very funny, Gatches. If you ever go to Hungary, have you seen these restaurants where the staff are deliberately rude? No. I mean, there's plenty of them in Chinatown where they do that, but I didn't realize that that was a thing that people were actually thinking was like a thing. Can you give me an example? Let me Google it. Karen's Diner is coming. The diner with deliberately rude staff. Yes, you read that right. Karen's Diner is a novelty chain of restaurants where the staff are terrible at their jobs on purpose. So it's good food, but they're rude to you. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, but why would I want to pay money to have someone be mean to me? If they want to just ignore me and serve the food and just be like super basic service where they're just like Have you heard of the Heart Attack Diner in America? I would say that's pretty much every diner in America, given this volume of food that they serve. I've watched that Man vs. Food and a bunch of YouTube channels where they go to America, and there was one about Great American Cooking, and of course it's all just fucking gigantic stacks of burgers. I just think, you know, is that great cooking? He starts off with 15 pounds of beef. Then they add 4 pounds of cheese, bacon on top, deep fry it, and then wrap it in bacon and cheese. It's like this big. And you're like, it's revolting. Very good, Munt. Who's Janice Yosef? Oh, he's a performance analyst. Los Paldo, I went to Hungary a few years ago. We went to Budapest, and it was it was really interesting because you could see stuff written down and have no idea, like no idea whatsoever what it was saying. Like normally you go abroad, you can have a guess. You know, you can have a guess. You can be like, well, that word kind of looks like it says restaurant, and that word kind of looks like it says this way, so the restaurant must be this way, you know, or a sign saying emergency exit only. It'll be like salida emergencia only, or whatever. Like, you can have a guess. But you go to Hungary, and it'll have it in multiple languages, And then you see it in Hungarian. It's like one massive word with 4 short words and then another massive word. And it's just saying toilets. It's bonkers. It has nothing to do with any other language in Europe. How did they end up with that when the other countries around them ended up with things that are all basically the same? But Hungary, I mean, look it up. Look it up if you're interested. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day there. I will see you guys at 8 o'clock. Cheers for watching. I've enjoyed this Football Manager stream. We won the title in style. And I hope you can join me at 8. We'll play some dotes and maybe do some more of this. Until then, take it easy and peace out.